to be brave.
He's the man with the vision, designs that inspire, fueling the scene with relentless fire. From the crew to the tribe, he's breaking the mold, building a legacy that's fierce and bold. Promoting the makers, he's lifting them higher. Every model a spark, every print's desire. He's got the skills, the hustle, the drive. Free Heathen Workshop, keeping dreams alive. So keep your chin up, protect your neck. This life's a grind, but there's no regret. Just build, 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 let your heart connect. I love you and you matter, never forget. Oh, free, they're leading the way, pushing the limits, redefining the play. For the crew, for the tribe, for the ones who strive. He's the pulse of the maker's drive. Yeah, he's setting the tone for every designer, making magic their own. Blueprints and dreams, they're the tools of the trade. With Free Heathen Workshop, the future's made. His models are art, his passion's the key. He's building a world for the community. Through struggles and triumphs, he's always on deck. With the mantra he lives by, protect your neck. So keep your chin up, protect your neck. This life's a grind, but there's no regret. Just build, 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 let your heart connect. I love you and you matter, never forget. Oh, free, Heathen leading the way, pushing the limits, redefining the play. For the crew, for the tribe, for the ones who strive. He's the pulse of the maker's drive. It's more than print, it's a way to rise through the sweat and tears under burning skies. He's here for the makers, for the love he gives. With every design, he shows how to live. Oh, free, they're leading the way, pushing the limits, redefining the play. For the crew, for the tribe, for the ones who strive. He's the pulse of the maker's drive. So keep your chin up, protect your neck. Yo, it's Free Heathen breaking the game. For the makers, the dreamers, remember the name. Crew and tribe, we're riding this wave. For every creator who dared to be brave. He's the man with the vision, designs that inspire, fueling the scene with relentless fire. From the crew to the tribe, he's breaking the mold, building a legacy that's fierce and bold. Promoting the makers, he's lifting them higher. Every model a spark, every print's desire. He's got the skills, the hustle, the drive. Free Heathen Workshop, keeping dreams alive. So keep your chin up, protect your neck. This life's a grind, but there's no regret. Just build, 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 let your heart connect. I love you and you matter, never forget. Oh, free, they're leading the way, pushing the limits, redefining the play. For the crew, for the tribe, for the ones who strive. He's the pulse of the maker's drive. Yeah, he's setting the tone for every designer, making magic their own. Blueprints and dreams, they're the tools of the trade. With Free Heathen Workshop, the future's made. His models are art, his passion's the key. He's building a world for the community. Through struggles and triumphs, he's always on deck. With mantra he lives by, protect your neck. So keep your chin up, protect your neck. This life's a grind, but there's no regret. Just build, 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 let your heart connect. I love you and you matter, never forget. Oh, free, Heathen leading the way, pushing the limits, redefining the play. For the crew, for the tribe, for the ones who strive. He's the pulse of the Maker's drive. It's more than print, it's a way to rise through the sweat and tears under burning skies. He's here for the Maker's.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Welcome to the Free Heathen Workshop. My name, of course, is Maker Millwright. Welcome to my laboratory. Thank you for being here. I may have made a mistake today. I did put up last weekend's live from the market at the same time I'm supposed to be streaming. Whoops-a-doodle. So I don't know. That's an hour show. I will try to get things more organized. I'm not very organized, so forgive me. Welcome in. Today is Weird Wednesday. We do weird. What do we have in Discord? Let me. Oh yeah, we have we have a meme. I do love memes. Now you guys know I'm a huge 40K fan. I'm gonna get a baseball cap. My hair is just a disaster. You can see we got some models on there. We have the new G8 and 3D landmine. I still haven't found my clickers. It's somewhere around here. Wild disaster in the lab, but you know that's how it is. The lab is the lab. All right, nice purple baseball. As for men's fashion right now, Champion is a very popular. So I'm up for some design work today. I'm up for memes, but we're gonna pull up some memes here first. There's no these Cubano style jackets or whatever. They don't have a top button. So, and I gotta convince people to make just for the show. You know how it is. You know how it is. We love the show. So let me just make sure. I want to show you a meme. That's fantastic. I don't know if anybody's modeled a classic legacy dreadnought, because that's what that is. Yeah, it's the box knot. We have a version of that we use in really good, right? But I love the Thomas the Tank Engine. I always love, as a kid I grew up with Thomas the Tank Engine, so it's like, and you can see now the responses, right? Run. That's from that new that new Netflix show. I haven't watched it yet. Got some clips. We got some car stuff. If you guys want to talk some car stuff, we have some new Don't Feed Steve. If you guys don't know, we run a Whip Sunday on Twitch. In progress Sunday. I'd love to see what you're working. And we would shout you out. So if you want to join the Discord, go ahead and join the Discord. Yeah, we do a little bit on every other day. Just as a note, I've reached out to a couple companies for some here on the channel. I still have to reach out to the candy company that we found last weekend, see if they can give us a random box of things that could be fun here on the show. We did when I talked to them, I didn't get an interview. Maybe we'll do. Should we do another Saturday? Yeah, yeah. YouTube's just. Yeah, it is. Chat's working. Boom, 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 boom. Get some hot. It doesn't. Oh well. So anyway, so today's Weird Wednesday. Maybe we'll design something. I don't know. What was you? So we've been designing a bunch of different things. If you missed the Twitch live, we designed. I just showed you how to make a small conveyor belt. Um, the goal with the conveyor belt is show some stuff. And we had talked about the hype train. We don't have hype trains or anything like here on, but we have a bunch of different. Um, what? Yeah, like and subscribe, upvotes, all that stuff. But what are we gonna do? Maybe paint. We can also work on Darkstar, the Darkstar book. That book is already out, but I keep updating it. It's a living game, so as you guys want more, we'll add more, and then once we get the main book sort of like cement what I like, we'll start the racial guides. I think the first book we're gonna do is probably WorkerBot. Um, so as you can see, I use Tinkercad for everything. I got some stuff here I'll show you. WorkerBots are the flagship model. So, we can do some stuff here. Maybe and then run it. We do have to change out filament. I did find my Polymax PLA for miniatures. So we'll do that. But I don't typically run models in blue. We atypically run what's going gray, because gray tends to be common, most common sort of thing. I had to do that, so there we go. So what I'm going to do here now is I'm going to, so looking at WorkerBots, right? So one of the things that we've noticed sort of in the construction of miniatures is that we need to add a crossbar for the feet. I know it seems like such a strange thing. Yeah, we need to add a crossbar for the feet so that we have the ability to basically, so they adhere better to the build plate. So the WorkerBots, what can we work on? A lot of things. We have tanks, walkers. We don't have a ship for them yet. This ship, but I'm not sure how to make that exactly what I want. But pulsar grav drives on it. It's got positions for cannon. I think we're gonna add a belly cannon to it. So maybe we're gonna yeah, fail node. That's the main file if you're ever wondering. That's why. Oh, I don't see that as a release. Just say something on the Discord. We'll go from there. But what are we gonna print today? That's the problem with Wild Wednesdays. It's so wild, I never know what Maker World, and you can find my work. Doing specifically for my models for the miniature, and we do our very best to. Oh, we haven't done the diver. We haven't. But kind of at a stalemate right now. I've printed a huge section of models, a huge to be displayed and shown off for Snapmaker, because the Snapmaker artisans work really. Oh, we could. I know what we can work on. Maybe we won't. Maybe we won't do a render. Maybe we'll do a render. Let's go look at the Void Fang. Void Fang, very limited numbers. They have things that other units don't have, and stuff like that. Maybe we'll take a look at their rocket launcher. I don't like the size of the, what are they? A little on the big side, in my opinion. Wait for this all to load up. See on the main files, it tends to log out or lag out the slicer, not the slicer, the. That's just a normal thing with Tinkercad. It's we got a lot of shapes in CAD, so it kind of ends up being a little. Um, so I'll show you here in a minute what we have. We have transports, tanks, heavy tanks. We have a walker. What else do we have? A bunch of destroyer units. I think they're called destroyer. Um, my So if we are gonna run on the Bamboo A1, which is what you're seeing there on camera right now, if we're gonna run, definitely going to have to change. And we did do a bobblehead some time ago. We could probably redo the bobblehead. I'm not sure. Um, always the fun thing about Wild Wednesday. So one of the key components that is important about the Void Fang is when I'm designing them, I have to make their weapons large. Like they specialize in large, oversized, two-handed weapons. They're really good. So what are they missing? Oh, it's gonna models. So what can we do here? Complicated models. Complicated to do. Gotta wait for everything to load. It takes some. Alright, so we're gonna copy. So the first thing you do is select the model you want to use. You then copy it. Maybe we'll just do a. We have been working on that Raytheon Christmas. It's so unprintable right now. Start out. So we're gonna paste our model in because that'll be our reference, right? Yeah, like the goal is with like the models is sort of to build up a large base so you guys have some. It's like as Darkstar grows, as Beacon of Doom grows, we'll modify and change things. I'll add new models, but none of the models will be voided out. Yeah, so you can like this model, this will be version 2, right? Welcome in. Thank you for being here. I say. Know how big the model is, right? Our bases always end up being. Thank you. Like I said, all these models are available over on. There are, so those are my um those are my commission my game models. So as you can see, you know, and I'm big on feedback. So anything where you're like, oh, I like that, but can it be more like this, or can you do a post like you can do? I have an idea. I have an idea. Keep one over there, right? As it splits apart, you can see there's different parts. This all becomes part of this, and when you're working on the models, make sure you select things, right? Group them. There's our launcher with a launch pack. And I don't know, so we'll probably keep the missiles as a part of it, but this one here. So as I go through, this stuff really matters, right? So I see we're not. Okay, we are. Notice how colorless and bland everything. Yes. I actually was talking with another designer yesterday by the name of. We're all talking about feel of Fusion. Standard sort of like, and how he explained to me actually how um, he explained to me how in Fusion it's a lot harder to take a design that's been done in Tinkercad and bring it to as you alter it and stuff. I was like, oh, that's interesting. I never heard that before. So we can modify the fit. The elbow pads and stuff get moved. What we're gonna do here is we're gonna the pivot points change, so you sort of. I gotta get it all at once position. My mic is really low. I don't. Let me unplug it and plug it back in. How's that? I gotta turn the mic pickup. How's that? Yeah, I'm fairly new to over here on YouTube, so things might be a little bit better. Perfect. Okay, so we can have him holding the launcher down on the ground. He can be loading it. That could be an option. So this, we're not using this, but we'll probably reuse this, right? So reusing assets and things, and as you sort of work on it, you can see here like the rocket is incomplete, so we might have to take one out of there. And up. Yeah, and then we'll have to put a rock or something underneath it to support it. And then we have to change the legs for sure. Yeah, for some reason I don't know how to stream to Twitch and YouTube at the same time, or else, yeah, we'd probably be on both platforms. That right, and then we can take this rocket launcher away. Copy it first. Now remember, we do have an original in front of us, like it's over there. Tilt it a little bit more, right? Get more to center. A little bit. And then we can tilt it up, right? And remember, hitting D brings it back to the build plate, so that's definitely important. Back a little bit more. And then turn the inside. Yeah, it's one of the things, right? So we have been talking, like, I don't know if you follow on Twitch or not, which you can, right? It's the free Heathen Workshop on Twitch. I need to talk to my mods. They sort of I'll be honest, I just make stuff. So as far as the channel goes, and if you're enjoying everything, that is very good. I'm glad you're enjoying it. But I will say I'm very much just a designer. I just make things, and I sort of just try to make it work as best as I can. It ends up being a little bit of a challenge for me for sure. We gotta come down, elbow, and then what we can do is we can take this. We have a couple. Take this, right? Because what you never want to do is delete the full model, right? But what we can do is we can sort of like change, because we will probably change this head a little bit today. Have it looking down, right? Looking down at the rocket launcher. God, right? Gets a turn. There's, so there we're starting to get to the concept of what we wanted, right? So now we need to take this and ungroup it. Get this and ungroup it, and then out. Oh, you could head on a ball so it looks. Yeah, it is. You'll see here. There's actually a little ball underneath. These are one-piece models, right? The reason why they're one-piece models is they became not particularly not a lot of people are particularly interested in multi-piece models in FDM. What I make. So I make everything for number 4 nozzle of FDM. Now I have been having incredible experiences with the Snapmaker J1 for this sort of thing. Yeah, exactly. Because we can do that. We can make a negative space. The only reason why we haven't really done that sort of thing is because there just hasn't been much of an interest. Then we need to come in. So this is what we want, right? We want sort of like an empty looking one. That change that color. And remember, keep changing your colors so you know what you're working on. So this then aligns with this, right? And then it aligns to the outside, and you can delete it. And then what you can see is like there's the hand into the thing. All we have to do is do a little bit. Now these models are a little bit older. These are like 2 years old, I guess. That, but what we can do is like again, as we work on stuff, we kind of get the choice of adding to things. Come out just a little bit. How often does Tinkercad get mad at you? Oh, all the time. Like I was trying to show a full load of the models, and it's not a fan of that when I load in all the models from a specific set. It depends on the time of day, I would say, personally. Then we can see here that this needs to be all broken up, right? So we need to move the arm out of the way. We might have to add a ball here, just for the end of that elbow. And we come up shape here, right? And then what we're going to do is just shrink that. It can sit on the end, right? So you got the elbow and then the shoulder or the elbow pad, right? And then what we do is, because we don't need this rocket right now, we can take this and we can copy this, right? Kind of sort of fit the hand. So like as you can see here, we don't really like the way that hand shape is, so we'll take this, take the hand itself, and sort of in a shape where it looks like it's touching the rocket. Then the elbow, like this can all fit in here like this, and then what we do is, because you can, like honestly, the size of the models, you can kind of sort of just play with the sizes of things. Right? So there, and then that elbow pad's not the best, right? But what we can do is we can either tilt it in, right? We can tilt it so it's more exposed like that. We can, there we go. See, that's not too bad. And we can move it up a little bit, right? Now it looks like he's loading it. And then what we can do is we can fix these legs, because these legs are pretty good, but they're not great, right? So again, we'll connect all the hand and elbow stuff together. This elbow needs to move. That needs to come back, right? And then maybe have a little bit of a tilt. Come down on it, right? So it's but yeah, Tinkercad it's a great program. Like a lot of people are like, oh, I don't like Tinkercad. I'm like, well, then you clearly don't use Tinkercad. We were talking, like I've talked to a lot of designers, and they're like, I like Fusion. I was like, that's okay if you like Fusion, right? Like whatever gets you making is all that matters. That's all that matters, right? Is getting you making, getting you doing stuff, right? Now we can start grouping stuff up, right? So there's our, right? And then as for this leg, so well, this one is definitely gonna have to come forward, right? And then this one definitely has to come back, right? And then we're gonna copy that. Can we copy that? Yeah, we can copy that. Do is we'll just do some stuff here. So here's our foot pad, right? So we can redo a bunch of the foot pad stuff. Um, so this foot pad needs to tilt up, right? You can see here. Undo. Well, actually, that's not terrible, actually. Like maybe? Yeah, there we go. And then see now this foot pad. can now rotate down, right? But you see now we end up with a void in behind the foot, and we don't want that, right? So this needs to tilt a little bit more like that, right? And then the knee pad can come back and in, and then it can actually tilt, right? Like that. Up like that, right? So we're sort of using the knee pad, and then you see it's all out of wonk here, so it's got to be like that. Now now you can see here there's a bunch of weird shapes in here. That's fine, right? Because it all gets dissolved into the miniature. And remember, the miniature's only, here's one, here's a reference model right here. So all those extra shapes you're worried about, don't worry about them. It'll be just fine. And then you can see sort of this hip might need to turn a little bit more. No, we want to probably stay true like that. So you can see here, now it's sort of got that look. And then we want to turn this maybe just a little bit. Maybe not. Come back in here. And now you got that sort of foot forward look, right? Pretty good in there. And then, so we've got the shin pad, we got everything in selected, right? And then we just kind of group it, change it to a different color so we know what we're looking at, right? So remember, it has to go down it has to go down, it has to touch the build plate, and that's one of the things that people often forget is like, oops, undo. They really need to make sure that the model touches the build plate. Now, do we care if the arm and the leg touch? We kind of want that. Now, as for this tail, we'll look at that in a bit, but we got to look at this leg, right? This other leg. So the leg, got a lot of stuff here. We can move some stuff. We might even, like I said, we'll probably redo that head. But our head gives us our position. So you can see here, this leg might need to come forward like that. But I still think the top of that leg should be turned down. So we'll ungroup that. And then we can turn this just a little bit more like that. And then it can come down into the socket, right? So we're a little bit more crouched without changing too much of the dynamic of the model, right? And we can come in here. And then now see, we kind of got like a butt going, right? You can see we kind of have a butt here. Can come just a touch forward like that, right? So now the legs are a little bit different. But the one thing is this tail, right? This tail's great. I really like this tail. A lot of time went into making this tail. But then we can turn the tail a little bit to be like a counter mass, right? Just to be turned just. And then we'll turn the top. This is no good. That sharp edge is no good. So too far there, so we got to come back a little bit like that, and then that has to meet in with the flanking. And then we can take this one, we select this one, and this one, and we can actually move this over as well, right, like that. Segments, and then this top one, right, because it's going to go into his butt, we can turn, well, and then remember, it's not keeping your centers, so you got to pay attention to that. That, right? And again, like I say, a lot of this stuff gets dissolved into the model. You gotta be aware of that. In Blender, it's probably a little bit different because I have seen the Blender Flex tool. There's a tool in Blender that allows you to flex things. But remember, my whole goal is to get you making using Tinkercad because a lot of people find Blender, Fusion, and stuff very overwhelming. While we're at it, we want to make sure this is Heavy Trooper weapon reload, rocket reload. Right, and then we have to make sure that we do for. Right, make sure you label your files, and then I always recommend that you put like don't just name the file, name it using your initials, especially if you're putting it out on the web, right? So now we sort of have a little bit of a butt. This is just a shoulder placement piece. So now we have the hand. Now the chest, I think the chest needs more tilt. Or like that. And we kind of. Now remember, we should have tilted everything, but we're not, so we're going to move a little bit. And remember, you're trying to get the model to sit within itself. If that Now we have that backpack, right, adjusted. So I think that's pretty good, right? Like that looks pretty good. Now what we can do is we can select the tail assembly. I don't like this pin. This pin's gotta be bigger. So what we can do is you can see it's a little warpy McWarperson. Oops, undo. And a little bit of a turn, right? And then maybe pull it out just a little bit. Same with this one here. Pull that out just a little bit and then give it a little bit of a turn. Like that, right? So then it acts like segments. And then this one here, it's so weird, right? The shape is so weird. So what we're going to do is we're going to come into the back side of that and come into the back side of the plate of it. And then we'll come in and we'll actually make it shorter. So then you got it looks like the segments are working. Now remember, this is an older model, so we're not scratch building. We will probably do sort of a remix of these models in the future. But right now we're just working with what we've got. So we got here, we just give this that, right? So there we go. And then we need to turn it down a little bit so it comes in there. And you can see here there's a hard edge on the end of this. We don't want that, so we can kind of cheat a little bit and we'll just pull the round out just a little bit. Now it looks like a socket. And then you can see here it's gotten a little beefy, right? That line like that, and then there we go, right? So now we have a shoulder, everything, and then this probably needs a little bit of a turn. And then we can kind of move it around a little bit. And then, so that's the reposing, right? So it takes a few minutes, it's not a big deal, but you can repose the model, it's not a big deal. And then, we have everything we need there. Then what we do is, if we like that head, which we don't, we can then kind of look at this head, and then what we can go is, okay, well, it's good, right? And you can see the offset and everything, right? But we can make the ears a little wider. And that one can get, because we don't want any hard lines exposed, right? So when we're assembling stuff, we don't want any hard lines. And then what we can do here is we can copy these teeth, and then we can ungroup them. And then we can take these teeth and maybe make them a little bit bigger. Nope. Just comes out the side of the face. And we're just sitting on top, right? So you see how we're sitting on top? Yeah, a little bit of gear punk, very mechanical. They are like Space Knights, like Wolf Space Knights. That is absolutely the goal. Thank you. So, and then basically because they're Space Knights and their story is that they're on this endless crusade across the universe to bring civilization and peace, but they're kind of totalitarian. So they don't their form of peace is probably not the form of peace that you or I would like. But they're on a big crusade and they think they know better than everyone, so we just have to get that impression from them. So there's their teeth, right? And then we can come in here, and if we, because this looks a little wonky, right, compared to the center. So what we can do is we can come in here and we can move it around a little bit, but we're going to have to turn it just a little. And then as for the lenses and stuff, these are kind of blah, right? They're kind of blah. So we can take that back just a little bit. And then, so our ears are a little bit bigger, our head's a little bit bigger. I think maybe we'll move the mohawk and everything over, right? Probably put a little bit of tilt on it, right? See, it's not intended. It's not intended to be. It's supposed to look odd, right? Then we can take this and we can kind of come forward a little. It's supposed to look a little bit off. It's supposed to look a little different. And then, you know, you got the teeth, right? And then our teeth are coming through, but this one's not so much. The jaw, I can see here the jaw is not perfect. But that's okay, right? Like we're not. This, on the other hand, what can we do with body? Yeah, we can do that. I like it, but the teeth are almost too polished. Yeah, the problem is that I barely see them on the model. Scale they're at? So it's like they do. I agree when you're zoomed in on them, like I am currently. They definitely seem a little bit peculiar, right? Right. But they're like, you know, Space Wolf people emulate that, right? And then I don't know. See, because when I look at them, they're fine. I do want to exaggerate some of their features a little bit, but that's okay, right? Yeah, it becomes quite difficult to see the scale of them when you sort of see them when they're printed. Because remember, like we're not aiming at a resin print here. We're aiming for an FDM. So, and again, this is a little. See how it's a little turned? It shouldn't be back, and we need to sort of. It's the same reason why I haven't hollowed the ears. You'd think, oh, well, why not put an arc in there? The problem is the model is so small, you really don't need it. But I think maybe we give them a spray or something. Give them, then maybe we come back bigger. But your complexity at small scale is almost your trade. Yeah, it's true. It's true. I am known for sort of my talents in Tinkercad. It's sort of like my style, right? And it's just like again, like I say, the whole goal of all of this is to sort of just get people doing it. Sort of, you can see how we've modified it. And the teeth and stuff, it may not even, a lot of this may not even show up. I'll be honest, a lot of this may not even show up. We could actually add some pouches to the front of this. Oh, look at that, we're out of scale. Look at a hard edge in there. That, and then maybe come back to here. Kind of dissolving those hard edges, right? Wherever you, if I had like a blend tool, I would just come in and blend that edge. But that's like a fusion thing. Or not a fusion thing, that's a blender thing. What we're trying to do is just sort of break up the edges on this. There we go. Still a little bit here, but that's okay. It shouldn't be noticed. And then, of course, these shoulder pads are cool. Again, remember, select your space, right? If you're gonna mess with anything, make sure you always. You can see I'm trying to connect the rockets. I'll show you here. We'll finish this head up, but you can see the rockets. I kind of want them to overlap just a little bit. I want them to be able to print together, right? Remember, our goal is to make sure it prints in FDM. You can see here that, as we're changing things, we can kind of see things need a little altering from here, a couple places. Then we go back and we see what the tail looks like. The tail looks pretty good, although I do think maybe we'd. Then we have to make sure that a lot of this is on the build plate. So this can come down, right? See here, checking with the segments, right? We're just making sure that the segments all. We got a little bit of swing in the tail now. We've changed the legs. You know, we've got some. Maybe this pack can be moved over a little bit, right? That, right? And then, so we're good with that, right? We like the model, and I'll be honest with you, I do move back and forth between the models. I do like to I tend to move back and forth between the models. So we've got this new head. There's the old head. Now we'll group this, and it'll give us the same color. Don't need this stuff anymore. And then what I do is I like to save the original model and then add one. Now the other thing that we need to do before we put a bar. Now what I do is I'll make the bar 1 mil. Because if you don't like it, you should be able to cut it out, right? What I'll do is I'll make a little bar between the feet to increase the surface area for the print. What you can do is you can just trim that bar out if you want, because that bar you won't notice it on the miniature, right? There's our new head, right? A little bit more detailed. So then we just take the old head. There's our head, so we can have him looking up. But I don't think we should have him looking up. I think we should have him looking at what he's doing. Tilt it down a little bit, right? And then we give it a little rotate. Our position. Still not really looking at what it's supposed to be looking at. This might make it a little harder to print though. See, that's the thing. You gotta pay attention to like what you're able to print and what you're not. We could definitely add some pouches to his sides. So pouches are pretty easy. Big square, right? And then what you're gonna do is you're just gonna soften the edge of the kind of bring it down. So you know this is gonna have to be small, right? So first thing you're gonna do is make it a little bit smaller, and then what you're gonna do is put a little effort in to make it bigger. What you're gonna do is you're gonna make it sort of oversized, like exaggerated positions. Because what you're gonna do then is you're gonna, if you're having trouble aligning them, just take the alignment tool, align. Right, so there's, now I can see right now that that's way wrong. But I know this is gonna shrink. So then what I need to do is like put some sort of fat. Another square, and this one, what I'll do is I won't soften the edge. Got kind of like an ammo pouch. And you could go into more detail and stuff, but it's not a big deal, right? So then, okay, so there's our ammo pouch, right? It's enormous, it just doesn't fit to the model. So then what we do is come in and we shrink it down and up. Look at this kind of shapes it's making. I can tell you right now it's going to need to turn, because if it's going to fit on the body, right? It's got to turn with them a little bit. So it's got to be like that, right? So now it hides some of the imperfections in the model and whatever. But then you get some extra texture. Now, might as well do that on both sides, right? So we'll copy that. Now, one of the things that they've talked about is model complexity creep. And I agree with that. I think that if you make the model too complex, it becomes hard for people to paint. And I don't like to be able to enjoy the model. as you can see, like this is our reference. This is an actual physical representation print of one of those models. And then we can kind of see this shoulder here is high, so we can bring it down just a little bit like that, right? And then maybe give it a tilt, right? And then this one, you can tell it's very true. It's very square, so we give that a. Now it looks like there's shoulder pad. Not sure I like this elbow very much. Like it needs to roll. Just I still think this head is in the wrong. Put it there. Now, see, you can see we're touching the model. We can come up just a little bit if we want. We want to make sure that, there we go. See, now it looks like he's looking at the rocket. See what I'm saying? Got a little bit of a crouch. His legs are a little bit different, right? You can see the different positions. So and then, so what I'll do is I'll assemble it. And that's what I do is I assemble a model. Now, we're going to have a problem with the bottom of that launcher, right? So what we need to do is cut the bottom of that launcher off. So now we got to cut the bottom of this launcher off and see where it's going into the build plate. Now, what I might do is I might take another bar. All we want to do is come in here and off the cost a little bit like that. Now we have a bar. And actually we could do a couple, right? Where we come that spot. And then we can actually copy that, come back on it. Now you have, yeah, you have two bars, but it doesn't really matter because they're the same. And then you can always clip that away, right? Now you have the reloading Void Fang. And then it just adds to the play, right? So, you know, when you're working on this stuff, you always want to think about like the play value of, okay, so we know that they're going to use rockets and missiles to take out heavy units and stuff. So when we're playing the game or whatever, oh well, we could use that as a placeholder for this or that or whatever, right? And then when I have the opportunity to work on the actual war game itself, we can kind of get to the point where it's like, oh well, yeah, I already have that positioned, right? Or if a writer comes on or something, right? I always have that opportunity. So okay, now we have a completed model, right? So we'll put it in grayscale. We'll wait for it all to load here. Drop the into chat. So what I'll do is I'll print this model, and if I'm happy with it, I will then add it to the group of them. But now I need to switch over my machine. I could run this on the SnapMaker in the kitchen, but it's not as interesting. I gotta move the SnapMaker out here, so I am very excited for the new J or the new U1. And we'll just reload this because it's struggling. So when it does get a little struggly McStruggleson, we reload, right? That'll help. There it goes. See. So now you can see Here's the original model. And we could even update this one a little bit, right? Because I don't like those elbow pads or whatever, that elbow pad. You can see here now, do they look like they belong together? That's the question. Because when you're working on this stuff, you want uniformity. I think we'll export this. And then I think what we'll do is heavy weapons, rocket. I think what we'll do is we'll take this to a new file. And then tinker this one. But in the meantime, I should go set up the machine. So again, remember to label it. Oh, and I need to make a base. I got to make a base for that, so hold. I do from time to time make mistakes in naming my files, but we'll, it all gets ironed out in the future, right? We don't. I definitely tell you don't stress about a particular model, this one or that one. Just make what you want to make and then figure it out later. It's not a big deal. So as you can see here, right? So, but I need a base for this model. So we're not worried about this guy. That's just our reference. So now we need to make a base. Now I think we're going to end up using a 32 mil base by the looks of it. Could be wrong. So the way you do a base to start is like there's standard sizes. There's 32, 28, 40, right? There's different versions. But what I do is I just start with what I want, right? So we 2.5. 2.5 is the bare minimum. And then we check to see how it fits. So it's not great. So what we're going to do is probably come out to look 6. There we go, right? And then so now that looks okay. But that's kind of boring, right? So we need to take this and make it taller and then make it 2 mil smaller. So that'd be 35 and 44. You say, but why? Well, because what you're going to do is you're going to use that as a punch out. Punch out. Well, you're creating a negative space because what we're going to do is we're going to add texture to that base. This and this end up aligned, right? Center on center, and it lets us move it around, and you'll see here in a second. So there's our base, right? Not a big deal. But then what we can do is because Tinkercad gives you basically a broken earth called a Voroni. Just kind of make that, and remember we're going to make this, so we know this has to be 3 mil. It has to be 3 mil size. But because the way the Voroni works, we can use a randomizer, so change our position. We can change the size of our or the number of cells we have, and give it a second to render. And then what we'll do is, okay, so we like that, right? Like that's pretty cool. So then what we do is this is now our negative space, and we can look around in here, and as long as the Voroni fits inside, which we can change, but as long as it fits inside our negative space generator, so that looks pretty good there. Ungroup this, and then we can make this bigger. See? This, and we group it, and then we then turn it into a negative space. We can now cut out sections of the Voroni. There we go, right? So now we have some cracked earth. They do have a grass. I don't like the grass very much. Don't like that very much. Like, we can bring it down. Hires less. Yeah, there you go. So you could make dirt, right? And what it is it's just a complexity of triangles. But, right? Because, like, you want the model to stand on it, so it has to be fairly flat. So that's why I use the cracked earth mostly. Basically have to repeat that pattern over and over again. Now, we can look on here. One of the things that I like to do is add a rock. And they have a really great mountain shape that we can use. So then we want this to be a little thinner, so we take this down to 2. Right, and then what we're going to do is basically we're going to put the Voroni on top of this, like this. Right, and then we can kind of sort of line these two. You can tell here we're a little too tall, right? So we come down. Then what we can do is we can check the height. So that's 4 mil. So what we can do is go 3.5, and it'll reset the height of everything. See? And again, we're centered on center, so that's good. But then what we need to do is we now need to raise the model 3.3 I don't know, 3.4. Because that'll give us a little bit of interface on the model. So we can now look at it. Okay, so everything fits on there. Looks good, right? Well, now we can just add a little bit of terrain. This will fit. So then we can come up here and we want to make sure that we're not breaking the limit of the Veroni. And we can take a couple of these, right? And we looks like a rock. And then if we don't like the height of that, we can squish that down, right? Squishing everything down, and it'll flatten out and it'll look more like a stone than it will look like. And then we can take this and then we can move it towards yeah, we just turn it. We can also use the cutout that we used previously to modify this, right? We can cut the shape of this so it fits on that base. But then we just come in here, oops, we come in here like this, and we're inside. Now it'll print, right? So then this model comes off, we group these, and then the one thing I always got to remind people, because I forget to do it, is you want to make sure you put your initials on it. So this is the SVG importer, so if I had an image of my logo, I could just import it here. But what I generally do is I just tag it with FHW. And then what I do is I generally make it fit to the seat. That's like too big, right? So we just keep scaling it down. And then what we can do is once we get that looks pretty good, we can then I like a depth of 0.6. That's what I use, 0.6. It doesn't disrupt the print. So, and then we just make sure we join the two. And if we don't like how tall that is, right, it looks pretty good. You can see now it'll leave a little punt. Oop, undo. Should leave us a mark. Just have a little void in there. It's about 0.5 mil, so half a mil. So there we go. So we have that, and then so we see the rocket reload. Well, then we'll put base on it, right? So then we have both. And since we're happy with this, right, we like this, we no longer need this guy. Boop. And we now have a file generated just for this. So then we're going to go and we're going to go over in. There's our Bamboo Studios. Click the little square thingy at the top. Go into downloads because that's where I have it. Open those. No, I don't want them to be arranged, and I want to arrange them separately. Now, one of the things that I do is I print in either 1.6 or 1.2. And then I just make sure when I'm looking through all my things, speed, all that stuff, I make sure to check everything. So like infill combination is a solid thing I use. I like that. And then we just check around, like we want thick bridges, we want wall generation arachne, because that gives it arachne. It gives it the ability to change the flow. So you end up with a cleaner model. And then we've got a layer height of 0.2 for a base, and then a layer height 1.2 for going up. And the reason why you want to put a thick base on it is because then if it won't delaminate. If it's super thin, it'll delaminate. It just is. So then what we do is we go look at the machine. So we got Polymax over there. So we're going to turn this. And then we just select the model, press 2, there we go, both are there. I'm going to go grab the material, because right now I have Polymax Blue on there, as you can see, probably can't see right now, but as you can see before, I had it all sort of set up a certain way. I often don't switch now. Now we have a choice, actually. We actually have a choice. We can get a little excited here. Say it's got to go up here. We run ASA on the J1. So we have PET G, Polylight, Luminous Blue. But what we can do is we have the new Starlight Mars. So we can decide, what do we want to do? Oh, and we have the new the HTPLA. Now it's a waste on this model, but we have the HTPLA from Polymaker, and we could use that if we were worried about it. Now I'm saving that because I think I'm gonna do on the big machine, the Artisan from Snapmaker. I think I'm going to make some furniture with it for my deck, and because I can anneal it in the Snapmaker, it's the best, right? So I gotta get some scissors. Give me a sec. But basically, you can see this is all set up, and then what we'll do is now I typically will print, I don't know, 2, 3 of the models, and that's what my IRL giveaways are, is like the samples, because one, I don't need a bazillion of them, and I don't want to recycle them. Cool. But once I've taken photos, I don't need. I think I've got. This has got to be over 300 models now for the factions of Darkstar. And we actually have to go revisit a couple of the factions. Like we need to go revisit the. Well, we could revisit these guys and redo their tanks. Because their tanks are they're good. They're very sort of 1950s style, like slender and stuff, but they're kind of bland. And that's something you learn over time, right? It's like, oh, well, I want it to look this way, or I want it to look that way. And as your skills improve, you can just do that, right? Now, I'm sure you could go into Blender, ZBrush, or even possibly Fusion and do that, but you got to come up with the idea first. But what we would do is we'd look at that and sort of tinker with it for a while and see what we like, right? And again, as I said, if you like the older models, if you're here, if you've been to the show before and following Darkstar, there's no need. You may have to, as we change weapons and stuff to get more of a uniform look, you may have to reprint the weapons, but you don't have to because it's your game. You play with it however you like, right? And once we get to the war game, you can make your own weapons. You can have it your own way as long as it follows the stat block, right? You just have to tell people, well, this is this and that is that. And oh, well, I didn't like the new revision. Also, I do believe we'll be doing 2 tiers, so there'll be a paid tier for the newest models and free models for the older generation of models. I have to get that all ironed out, but that's the plan, I think. That's the plan at least. Our fancy Jack. I don't know if I showed you guys this or not. Oh, chat's been quiet. Okay. So, and again, you can see this is an older model because the feet aren't connected. So, at some point, we'll have to go through and just revamp all of the older models. It's just what we'll do. I'm waiting mostly on my ability to run my Voron to do that because the Voron will be really fast and really precise. I do like the bamboo, and I definitely like the J1, but I find the J1's a little slow at a layer height of 1 with a number 2 nozzle. Do find it a little slow. I was using 1.4, but I ran out of breakaway material, so I have to dry out my water soluble material. I have to set up the machine and do that. But as you can see here on stream here, right, we've got it all sort of sorted out. And it looks, and remember that's a 256 plate, so if it's too big, we can scale it down, scale it up, right? But we have to get sort of the look of it first, and then we can decide. So we go in a slice, there 1, 2, things like that. So it's slightly bigger. It's definitely wider extrusion than with a number 2 nozzle. We could switch out the number 2 to a number 2 on this one, so we got 2 hours. Yeah, I gotta go on break here soon. So what I'll do is I will sit with you guys until this all starts. I'm saving this over to the bamboo. I like all machines to have removable drives. That's just a thing for me. That's very much my jam. So it has to have a USB drive on it. Well, yeah, but that's the thing is like you shouldn't be forced to use resin. Resin will, the truth about resin is great, right? I worked with industrial resins in my trade, but what comes about is I need people to not have an allergy. I need people to enjoy the models no matter what. And as the machines, as FFF or FDM progresses, you will have the ability to get more and more precise. Like we've never run, well, never publicly run the number two nozzle on the bamboos. And the reason why is because not everybody has a number two nozzle. Not everybody wants to spend 8 hours on a model. The idea, like this model, including base, will be 2.5 hours. So that will be done before the end of the show, right? So that's very important. And now I do have opinions on that, though. I do have opinions. If you want really fancy like flagship units or commanders or whatever, I would recommend you do the vast majority of your models with a number 4 nozzle. But if it's something you want really sort of on point, like really, really sharp to appear, you want to run it with a number 2 nozzle. Because you don't mind if it's a commander or a sergeant or if it's a specialty NPC, you don't mind that that one will take more time because you want it to have more detail. So, I think we actually need to do like maybe the adventure I wrote is pretty good, but I need to translate it. I'm struggling getting from my design books into like writing because like my writing is very weak. Um, but the Adventures of what is it, Zero? I believe it's the Frozen Zero, or maybe it's the Frozen 12. I forget the name of it, but that there's a ship already for that. There's a bunch of stuff that's already prepped out for that adventure. I just need to write it and then fill in any of the blanks. So, although you must be pretty savvy to know what FFF is instead of FDM. That's pretty savvy. You must be pretty savvy. So I'm just gonna wait for this to load up. This is number 3. Okay, so I I can show number 2 and I can show number 4. If you're running a number 3, you will end up somewhere in between the two. Um, I do I do love idexes and tool swappers for the fact that you can use dissolvable or breakaway filaments. That's what I've got to do over on the J1. I had a head crash on that machine, so I have to go and check it out and re-zero everything, right? Things happen. But and then I need to dry my water soluble PVA or poly dissolve, which is what I use. But I had quite a bit of good luck using the Snapmaker breakaway filament. So I do. It depends on if you're using single extrusion machine, you're just going to print the whole thing in Polymax or a PLA plus, right? Like that's just what you're going to do. But if you're lucky enough to have a tool changer or dual extrusion or IDEX, what I recommend is you use a different differential material because Polymax is so robust that it can be a little bit of a struggle to get off the model. Now there are settings for supports. I personally use organic. Um, that's like what I use, but it is whatever you want. And with dissolvable filament, you generally want to run more. But again, don't use support material on a single extruder. You do not want to possibly contaminate the model and just have it shear for no reason. There's a benefit for that high shear, right? I have some here on my desk, right? That high shear material, right? It falls apart, right? But you don't want, what if that got into your model? You don't want that. And the same goes with dissolvable filament because when you're using dissolvable filament, one, it's pricier, right? So when you use that in conjunction with your model, if you were to get contamination, you're gonna lose the model, right? The model just fall apart, or you might get big gaps in it. Which back in the day, when they used to use metal casting, you would get gaps in the model, air pockets. So it's similar but not the same, right? Yeah, you could get random voids in the model, absolutely. And I don't want to give you that kind of advice, right? Like if you have the shearable, the breakaway supports, it might just you might get a little chunk that gets stuck into the body of your model, and when you're cleaning it up, you pull it out, you got a big gap in your model. Then you got to gap fill it. No, I don't want that. So I only recommend using support materials in either dual extrusion, which is what the Artisan has, right? So both the Snapmaker Artisan and the Snapmaker 2 has dual extrusion heads available, or an IDEX, something like the J1. I think there's a Voron IDEX. I've never seen it, but I know that, well, I think there's one. So then you'd use support material, either breakaway or dissolvable, or in a tool changer. And remember, with an IDEX or a tool changer, you're not wasting that material in a purge pile. So the advice I have is, if you got to use Polymax or a PLA Plus, use that. But if you have the opportunity to use a breakaway material or a dissolvable material, use that. Right? It all depends on what you've got going on in your lab. So, and then yeah, this is Jack. This is the fancy Jack. So I'll probably save this guy for a giveaway either in IRL, like not at one of the local events. Um, Dual extrusion, tool changer, or IDEX, what would you choose if you only had one machine? IDEX. I like dual extrusion, but the heads are side by side and fixed, right? But would I like a dual extrusion IDEX? Yes. But what happens is when you have the two heads side by side stuck, right? With an IDEX, they go like this. But with a tool, with an IDEX, with a dual extrusion, those heads are stuck together. So they can only extrude, right? Now, granted, with a huge build plate, it's not a big deal. Dual extrusion reduces overall print size. Correct. So it's like one of those things. Is it good? Yes. Do you have to be aware that you're going to lose some production value in that? Yes. Does it really matter? No. Like, is it a deal breaker for me? No. Tool changers. Here's the thing about tool changers. I don't have the new Snapmaker U1, so I have no opinions on it. Am I excited for, because it's an X-Tool Snapmaker machine, am I excited for it? Yes. Does X-Tool have very good experience in manufacturing? Yes. Does Snapmaker make a hell of a good product? Yes, they do. But I can't make any comments on it yet, right? I've never seen one. I know that there's a few makers in our community, both here on YouTube and on Twitch, that they're in the process of getting them. But the problem with tool changers, and this is a big thing, because everybody thinks it's going to be perfect. If you have a problem with your position or your connections on the tool swapping, that tool now becomes a problem, and you've got to replace components. If there is a heater issue, history would suggest that a partnership would produce a great tool. Yes, we know, like, people have opinions about the proprietary decisions from Xtool. That's okay, right? Like, but when Xtool and Snapmaker get together, well, Snapmaker's like, hey, use Orca. We like Orca. You can use Lubin or Lightburn, whatever you want. Lubin's ours, right? Like, that's what they say. Lubin is our program, and I use it for the Artisan, especially for the milling projects like this, right? And I have some other milling projects around, but that's what I use. And I will probably use the Lubin instead of Lightburn for the laser once I get it all set up. There's still some finicky stuff I have to do here in the lab to get it to work, because they were nice enough to send me a air filter with it, but I still have to make sure it fits into my workspace, right? It's a huge machine, like, it's ridiculously big. Awesome. It's awesome. Okay. Milling, dual extrusion, laser in a huge machine, wicked. Really good. Oh, and you can get a spindle for it. So you can get a rotor, like basically a lathe for it, which we still have to work on. But I've been sort of busy. Um, but speaking of the history, yeah, the history of Xtool is people like, oh, we don't like the proprietary software. But then when Snapmaker joins with them, well, Snapmaker's like, yeah, but we don't want. I do not use IDEX or tool changer. I use tool extrusion. I appreciate the insight. Yeah, that you know. Well, so you already know. And then the advantage of an IDEX is cloning. Like that, I guess I forgot to mention that. But with IDEX, you can clone models and you can mirror models. So you load the same material in on both sides, and you can make two. So say, for example, with wargaming or tabletop gaming, right, like RPGs, you want a right-handed and a left-handed bad guy. Well, instead of just printing one, or switching it in the slicer or anything like that. You just set the machine to clone, or you set the machine to mirror, and then it'll flip the model. So you get a right-handed and a left-handed, and it prints it at the same time. IDEX is 2 independent heads. That's right. That's right. And independent heights, which is the thing that people forget. You can set your heights differently, and you can set your nozzle diameters differently. Now, I haven't tried that on the dual extrusion on the Snapmaker Artisan, but I do have number 2s and number 4s, and I think a number 4 hardened. So I could try and switch it, but I'm not sure it's compatible with the way the machine operates. But with an IDEX, it is, because the tooling, right? The tooling is all relative to that flying gantry, right? Interesting, that would be tricky to design without costing the build. Exactly. But with an IDEX, you don't have that problem because the plate goes down. So like the heads travel the full plate wherever they want to go, right? Because the plate is smaller than the gantry, and the plate travels down. On a dual extrusion, the plate travels, or the plate is stationary, and the head travels up and down. So with a larger head, you might be in the position of a collision. So like I said, I haven't tried it yet, but it's something worth looking at for sure, for sure. And that's why I like IDEX. Now IDEX dual extrusion could be exciting. So you end up with 2 heads with 4 extruders total. Because remember, again, the plate's going down, the gantry's just traveling. And remember, the gantry is oversized for the build plate. That's the way they're designed, right? That the plate is always smaller. There's a whole other layer control because the printer's job is basically keeping them from colliding and managing this. Exactly. But the Z-hop is not in the head, the Z-hop is in the plate. So the whole plate drops down. So you're not just jumping up and moving across where you have the potential of a strike. No, no, no. Intuitive control possible. Exactly. And people don't think about that. Because they think, oh, well, I want a tool changer. Yes, tool changer can do the same thing, but then you run the dangers of damaging the tool heads. I'm sorry, everyone. I do have to take a break. I have to get up and stretch. So do me a favor while I'm away. I'll be gone 3 to 5 minutes. Get yourself some water, stretch your legs, and maybe stretch your back a little bit. One print head needs to be interrupted. Exactly. Whereas like a flying gantry on a build plate that drops, the heads don't interrupt. They have no issue with that. Whereas a dual extrusion, the head is still in the same position. Right? The head can move up and down, but it's still a big dual extruded head. So again, that's that. And then with tool changers, you get the IDEX feel, but then you have all these tool swappings, right? So you're not wasting material, but you have time loss. Whereas like with an IDEX, it just does its thing, right? Oh, I'm not running this head. Stop this head. Return to 0. Start the new head, and then you run it. Now, I have not seen a material swapper, right? An AMS, MMU, pallet, whatever you want to call it, for an IDEX. Nor have I seen it for the Snapmaker Artisan, but it doesn't mean it doesn't exist, and there's big potential for that. Right? Imagine an IDEX with material swapping. So, okay, you're done running all your support material? Okay, swap up to a different color. Or you want to change support materials. Maybe you only want dissolvable on the bottom and you want shear away at the top. All right, I'll be back. I love you all. And yeah, I have to take my break, so please take care of yourselves. Please enjoy this break time. Isn't that a wonderful, wonderful video? I think that video is fantastic. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Welcome to the Free Heathen Workshop. My name, of course, is Maker Millwright. Welcome into my laboratory. Today we did some model design already in the first hour, I guess. We might do a little bit more because there's another model I'm kind of like, since I'm working on this one, I might as well work on the other one as well. We're gonna keep the heads different. We might add a few pouches and stuff. I'll bring it up here. We'll chat about it as we go. But again, like making sure. Oh, by the way, when I make models, my goal is to make sure that they're printable with a number 4 nozzle. It's very important. Number 2 is doable, but I don't want the end user you to have to get different tools, right? Like if your machine's got that, it's got that, right? If you got a 3, you got a 2, you got a 4, the smaller you go, the more time it'll take, and the more precise it'll be, the more clean it'll be. But again, all models, everything I do is designed to be used with a number 4 nozzle. And I would say my scale, I want to say it's 28 mil, but it's not. It's more like a 32 mil. But I find that easier to paint myself. Warhammer's a 28 mil. D&D is sort of like Warhammer's 28 heroic, and D&D miniatures are 28 mil. Like natural. I don't know what the term is, but they're more of a resin sort of build. So when I design, I want it to work for your FFF or your FDM, whatever term you prefer. So welcome on in. I'm drinking my energy drink with my amazing Stein or Cozy, designed by CL3D. You can get it from CL3D if you'd like. My desk is full of stuff, as per usual. We do have some sweet tarts today. Yeah. Gotta visit your local dollar store, pick up some sweet tarts, because you're such a sweet and tarty community. I love you all very much. So, and then actually we're going to try and reach out to these guys, and we'll see what happens. If it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But this is a by BC, so British Columbia, company by the name of Astro Foods. And I'll reach out to them. We'll see if they can help us out with some candy. So I'm going to bring up my Tinkercad again. Remember, if you are active on the Discord, please go post to the Discord so we have something to chit-chat about in the meantime. We're here for 4 hours today. We run a 4-hour show. Welcome over to the YouTube if you're new to the YouTube. Remember those likes, shares, and subscribes help. So, and remember if you have things to share, your YouTube as well is welcome. Make sure you join the Discord, share your YouTube, share your Twitch, share whatever you're working on. And if you're a business, make sure you share your business because I want people to be able to find you. Enough of that. Enough of that. Oh, wait a minute. I'm going to get the merch because we're going to bring up my favorite new shirt. I'm going to get the, I made a shirt here on stream just for you guys. So I'm just going to go grab the merch link 1 second. And then we can, because I made it just for you guys, and we made it here on stream. I am not a very good artist with a mouse, but we will hopefully get a pen in the future. Here's the link to the merch if you're looking for merch. No need, no demand of it. It's nice if you have it. If you don't, that's fine too. We're gonna bring up this, and we'll bring this up, and then we'll go look at Tinkercad. So I'm going to close my bamboo window for now, and you can see there's our Tinkercad. This is the model that's currently running. Now, the cool thing about these bases, because I make these bases separate, you glue the model to them, you can make them two-tone. So you could paint your model separately and then glue it onto a two-tone base instead of being a. So now we're looking. So this is the rocket launcher I was talking about earlier. And I've got some issues with going here. We're going to take it apart and we're going to make a new version of it, and it'll just be labeled rocket launcher version 2, and then we'll probably even make a new base for it. And remember, any models I release are new until the new batch of models come out. So we're cool with the legs. I think we need to change this leg a little bit because I don't like the pad sits. So we're going to come in here. I don't like that knee pad so much, so we're going to turn. Oh, we're in the ones position. Get out of the ones, get into the tens position. It will produce a little bit of an overhang, but that's okay. Get a little wider stance there, and we'll bring that. Now, I think what we might do is we might do pouches again. Are we going to make the pouches from scratch? Yeah. Okay, so the one issue I was having, I don't like this elbow pad. I don't like the way that looks. So what I'm going to, you can see it's kind of all over the place there. I don't like that. So we'll bring it back here. And then maybe we'll rotate it just a little bit. And then tilt it a little bit. A little too wide, so then we'll just come in and little changes like that, probably no one will notice, but I will, so that's all that matters. Does it mess with the scale? Absolutely. Do I care? No. No, it's we'll take a look at this one over here as well. And then we can of course bring it. Then that elbow will just now the elbow pads look a little bit nicer. This little assembly, this is kind of boring, right? So that's your shoulder mount. And then what we'll do is you're neat. Hello, Bearded. How are you, sir? I was talking about your stream, actually. How's your day going, sir? And it's not so much into the model, right? So, we start fiddling with it. What are we making? We're revising some older Voidfang models. We made a brand new one, sort of in the reload position, just a little more interesting. And now we're just tinkering with this one a little bit. And I don't like how thick that is, so we're gonna bring that in. We're still in the hands. The hands is very important, right? Actually move the hand up a little bit, up just a little bit. And that ball is way too much, so we'll take that. Tinkering in Tinkercad, unacceptable. Actually, it was watching your stream was kind of fun for me because when we were looking at your stream, um, I learned a lot about why people don't import to Fusion via Tinkercad when you were doing your now we get sort of a bridge in there. This body, I like that body, but we probably so we get a little more view on that, right? But we're gonna make a pouch that goes in here. I don't know what. Few little minor changes. Probably just turn the whole tail a little bit. Making the tail like we already just a little more dynamics to it, right? Oh, but we can see there we got a problem. Okay, right here, look at this. Loading to me. These are on the build. Loading. That's not good. We don't like that because then what happens is it creates like a issue for the print. So now we get that print up into that shape, right? little edits, little edits. You know, little bit of practice. You know, head, and we can see the head's in a kind of a weird position, so we maybe get a little turn. Yeah, and that's something I didn't know. So I, you know, we're learning, right? We learn from you, we learn from everybody in the community, and we do our best, right? And this probably can turn just a little bit. Rocket. But the one thing that we have to do, and that I've been doing on all my revisions, is adding a little cross beam across the, and it seems to help with the print. So that's what we've added in there. But I still don't like this void in here, so we're gonna go and make a. Like I said, we did this before with the boxes, so we're gonna go 0.5, breaks the edge, right? Copy this, right? Yeah, it was a little bit bigger there. Up, up for it, right? A little bit of a. Now, we could just clone everything from existing models, like the new one. That would be easy. Yep, there's nothing wrong with that. But we're not going to do that. I make a lot of things from scratch, so that's weird. So there's our pouch. But again, we need a band on it, right? Out. Way too big there, right? So we're gonna. Now, do I know if this is going to print well? No. Do I care? No. We'll tinker our way through it and see what we center. Still think that strap's a little big, so we'll come in here. Gives you sort of that ammo pouch look. But no, I can make what you made the other day. That machine loose position. Hasn't lost position. And as I said before, like with these models, like we can change our scaling, we can do whatever we want with them, right? Like it's not a big deal. If we find like as we're using them, they are a little too big, or a little too small, we can change them up. That pouch is too big, right? Now it's going to sort of break. So, oh, well, that's a little too far in, so we bring it out a little bit more. But yeah, they have like a rear carapace on their armor to protect them from strikes from behind. Yeah, it's you know, I try to teach people about Tinkercad because you know I can go to other softwares. Like it is not a deal breaker for me, but for me, I just want people to learn and use what they think they need to use, right? And I don't want them to feel like, oh, I have to do it in Fusion, or I have to do it in Tinkercad, or I have to do this, or I have to do that. You don't. You really don't. You just kind of use what works best for you and make stuff, make new stuff, do things, have fun, right? That's all that matters. Because remember, like 3D printing is supposed to be fun. No, nowadays everybody takes it really seriously. Yeah, there's more than one way to skin a corn. I like there's more than one way to skin a cat personally, but see there, right? And then so we do end up with a new model. Now, I do like this rocket launcher. One of the things we could do, of course, is we could rotate the handle on the side. Now that would change not a whole lot. but now we have a linear plane. So it's kind of cool. It's kind of cool. Is it necessary? I don't think so. Are we going to do it? Probably. You know why? Because there's nothing wrong with having a little bit of variant. Disassemble the model fully? Yeah, we could do that. Are we going to do that? No, we're not. Now what we can do is just give this. Probably has to tilt just a little. But and again, like these little tiny inclusions and stuff that you see, they're not going to be deal. I don't know what's going on over here with this machine. Is it too moist in here? Getting collisions? We're getting collisions. That's okay. Oop, what happened there? Stop. So what we're going to do is we have a failure here. So we're going to peel our fail off, right? Which is generally, like when you're testing, it's very common. Base is pretty sweet, but it's probably going to go in the recycle bin. This, I do keep my shred and my purge separate. Now, if it continues to have a problem, that's something wrong with the model, and we'll just tune that. Also, did I hear a rumor that you've been working on your violin, sir? Or violina? Is it viol? That's weird. There's some sort of weird issue here. So what we're gonna do is stop the machine. Don't reach inside it. That's just dumb. Turn the machine off and let it sit. Now it has been run. It has been like sitting. It has been running for the last few days, and sometimes you'll get like a glitch. We'll just let it sit for a minute here. But if you guys didn't see, I did the little. This is I think it's called the ball bot. I reprinted the ball bot. Ooh, I'm excited. I'm excited to hear all about whether it's simulated or not. I'm excited to hear your new music. So again, just give it a little second here to cool down to its thing. It's not hot, but what's happening is there's some sort of probably error in the positioning sensors. So you just turn it off, turn it back on again. It's very easy. Not pulling on anything. We're not too worried. We've been running all kinds of stuff on here. Gotta lube my rails later because I'm out of lube. It does kind of throw a tantrum if you don't lubricate it often, but I am completely out of bamboo lubricants, I think. Maybe not. Hold on, let me see what I got here. Can you guys see this screen, or are you guys on Tinker? No, you can see what I'm doing. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to turn the machine off again if I have lube. If I don't have lube, then it is what it is, and we do what we do, right? That's nothing. Exhaust manifold assembly. No, I am completely out of lube. Completely out of lube. Maybe I'll be able to turn some points in. I know I was supposed to give you guys those points, but I have to. Oh, hold on. What do we got here? Lubrication grease. Sure. Okay, so we're going to use lubrication grease. It probably wants us to oil, but that's okay. Don't reach through the machine like I do. It's a bad idea. You can see it's still going to be hot to touch. This is where it wants the Y. So this is the X, this is the Y, and this is the Z. Down is Z, in out is Y, and left right is X. If you're wondering. Now one of the things that I don't necessarily like about the bamboo is how to get to the bottom tray. Kind of frustrating. So we can see here, I gotta release the tabs. Sometimes it gets a little. In case I pulled it unevenly or whatever. There we go. Pop it off. So, and you're going to inspect everything in here. I got some belt wear there. Dust here on my belt assembly, but you're just looking for any damage, anything too serious. Any material that's gotten stuck inside or whatever, right? Again, like I said, this is a very friendly machine. It lubrication issues. So what I'm going to do is I've just got some grease here. Put the grease on the rails. Clear silicone grease, if you're wondering. See, basically you lubricate wherever it's touching. Is you can hand cycle this machine as long as it's plugged in, because those motors will generate energy. And I can look underneath, see if there's any issues. I don't see any issues. Just do a general inspection of the machine, look for any wear. I got some belt wear. I definitely got some material in here. Make sure there's nothing catching, right? Belt is definitely wearing. Doesn't look like there's any major. But this machine has, I can get you the numbers, but I think it has 13 or 2,300 hours on it now. So it's got some time on it. It's definitely got some. Load it. That's like, ooh. Carriage over everything. Here now I'm a little bit low on the tab. Sits into the tab. Push it in, push down. Oh, lo and behold, it's nice and tight. So that's all I'm doing here is like moving that grease around. So now we'll start it up again. Don't reach between the machine. It's a nasty habit I have. Don't do that. And the build plate might be dirty. So the other thing I can do is I can take my build plate. Since I washed it the other day, I've done that. Attach my build plate upside down, right? Because there's two faces. Same texture, either way. So it doesn't. It lists it as PLA, ABS, and PETG. TPU will stick to it as well. Make sure that that plate's on there nicely. Nope. And now we'll run it. Again, we're running Polymax PLA, but it may be a little too humid in here. Let me go check my sensor. So it's saying it's 52% humidity here in one of the machines. So the room's probably a little bit more than that. Hello, hello, hello. Where's the W? There is no fourth axis on these machines. I did see that awesome Polymaker logo. That's really cool. That oversized Polymaker logo. Just 3D print some lube. Problem solved. Oh, we're not too far from that. But yeah, I'm interested in hearing your music there, Bearded. Welcome in, everybody. So what we're doing is we're just doing some model design. I just finished, actually. I finished one already this morning, and I got another one that we just tuned up. And one of the things I was saying earlier in chat was it's kind of, you might see it in the model as like really a problem, but when you actually print the model, because it's so small, those little issues, they don't actually end up being a thing, right? That's about the size of my thumb. And my models do get smaller. Yeah, if you guys are ever printing something for a particular manufacturer or whatever, make sure you try to join their Discord. I know Snapmaker just started their Discord. I don't know right for that, but I do know that Polymaker, Overture, eSun, Sunlu all have Discords, as well as Bamboo, I believe. Discord is just a better version of a forum. Just seems to be more popular these days. I'll bring you back to what I was working on. I think we're done. I think we're going to do a little more fidgeting here, but I think we're pretty much done. So remember, post anything you want to the Discord, and we'll have some fun with it. Animal pouches look nice. Body, change the angle of the scope. I don't know with it there, but maybe I need to. I did sleek it out a little bit. I did fiddle with these barrels. I don't know. We might delete. A little cheat. No one will even notice. Let me turn the head a little bit. Yeah, it's the problem with the Void Fang is they're very good. Like they fit all the needs I need from them. So yeah, that's why we really haven't done much Void Fang stuff lately. I haven't done Void Fang in forever. That's generally the reason why I haven't done much Void Fang stuff is because the models are so good right now. I'm so happy with them that I need basically some feedback in what things are missing. Messed with the Void Fang very much. They're actually like pretty complete. Might have to do some new positions and stuff for models. Like that's what we're. But what I've done here is I've just put the cross member in the feet. I've did some tinkering with the elbow pads. Still not. Yeah, I'm actually quite happy with the way the Void. And then that'll be the updated rocket launcher. Well, we can't. Well, I could actually throw this on the J1, I guess. But yeah, so the other one is this one where he's reloading, and then this is the change the tail a little bit. Just change a couple of things here and there. Just add a little more detail to it. Problem is, one of the major concerns, and I've seen it not just through me, but through even like blog posts and people have complained about miniatures having way too much scope on them, like the creep, so it's hard to paint them. I don't want that. I don't want that. I want you guys to enjoy, right? Then we'll probably do a new base for this one just because. Let it load. Give it a second. But I think their tanks are next. I'm not sure because there's like they're missing a lot of stuff the other ones have, and I'm not sure where to add it because like sort of they're different. So if it'll load, I think. Oh, there we go. Nice, loaded. So here's the original. You see, I don't like this knee pad. I didn't like the elbow pad, so we changed them. I didn't like the void in the side of the armor. The head kind of looked a little off, so we changed the head. We changed the thickness of the targeting scope. We changed the tail position, changed the rocket position on the back, changed the direction of the rotation of the rocket launcher. So instead of the upper rail being on top, we changed the upper rail to the side. See there, right? It looks pretty good. That's a pretty good looking model. And then this is the new one. You probably won't even notice the differences. The only major difference is the crossbar on the feet, right? Put a pouch on the side and change the tilt on the rocket, change the tail a little bit, and yeah. And then of course we have this one as well. There's a little more diversity there, right? You can cut out the support members that help it print, right? So, but there's the two new. And then now we just need to do a base. What I normally would say is like, I'll do a 32 for these guys. Check and see how it looks. That's being there. It looks okay. Tail's touching, everything's touching. But I think that's a little small, so maybe we'll make it a little bit bigger. Trying to stay with standardized bases as much as possible. So it looks good. So now what I'm going to do is I'll take this and I'll copy this. And then I'll make it 2 mil smaller all the way around. So it goes to and then what I'll do is I'll use that as a negative speed. So this ends up being rounded out as well. And what I do is, so you can see there, right? So we can turn it into a hole. And the reason why is when we select the center of this, we end up with lip on the there's a little lip around it. Then we just make a box. So, we do want to, originally we center everything and then we can move it around inside the box, but basically manipulate the Veroni. Then I come here and I favorited the Veroni, which ends up looking like a cracked earth kind of look. What I do is I just kind of expand it out, and then I change the height back down to. Because remember, I'm going to change a lot. Now that I change the randomizer a little bit, doesn't matter where it is, because I'm going to change the number of cells anyway. So then we end up with a cracked earth look. And then we go there and we try to get ones where it's not so of other ones. There we go. We group it. Yeah, it's pretty straightforward. And then of course we can change our height. So this is going to be 3, right? So we end up with a 3.5 mil base height. So we could go 3.5, or we just move it up half a mil. And now there won't be anything sticking through the bottom, nothing like that, and it'll all dissolve out when we do it. And again, this one, so do we want a terrain to this one? No, we'll just leave it blank, right? We'll leave it just like that. And then we make sure to add text to it. Now remember, this does allow you to import SVGs and pictures, but I don't. And then what I do is, it's not witchcraft. You're much better at Fusion than I am, sir. And then I normally about 2 mil, right? And then what I do is I will then make that 0.6. And then I reverse it because it's on the bottom so you can see it. Ends up being a negative space, right? And then earlier we were having trouble with it meeting the face. So we'll see here, when we group it, if it doesn't show, see there it shows the letters. So I don't know why it was having troubles earlier. But there is the version 2 rocket launcher. That still has to be tested. And does that say version 2? Then we just delete out the original, and that's our new. And again, this little bar in the middle, you can just clip that out. So when we go touching, the feet are touching, perfect. Because that's the one thing you got to be careful of, is when you're doing it, as you mess with the model, you might actually change the height. So make sure when you're doing everything, the parts that need to touch the build plate, hit D, and it puts it on the build plate. You can also magnetize it. Like, you can take this and just magnetize. It shows us what it looks like on top. Good. And again, if we don't like the scale of this, right? Because we could go in here and we can take a look at, like, so my set scale, the model I use for my scale is worker bots. So things can be bigger or smaller than worker bots, but worker bots give me the impression of how big something is. So we know that worker bots are supposed to be sort of medium to smaller. They're only 5'8", and we want these big Space Knight wolf people to be much bigger, right? Oops. So we can then take our worker bot, which we know, and we can compare their sizes, right? See, worker bots are much smaller than someone in environmental armor, right? I might have to just slow that machine down. I don't know. It's being, because it is really humid in here. That is a fresh reel. That's brand new Polymaker, just open. And that's how I scale things. So if you are tempted to make your own miniatures for D&D or whatever, get a model that you're familiar with the size of, and then import it into whatever program you're designing, and that will give you, like, it's called a datum or a reference, and you can kind of decide, what you need, right? But that we know that the big space wolf people, the Void Fang, we know that they are bigger. We know they're like 8 feet tall. So when we compare this guy here is like 5'8". So you can see here, these guys are much bigger, much more intimidating, right? That's the idea. And remember, like I said, I make my miniatures designed to be printed with a number 4 nozzle. So a little bit bigger is fine. Okay, here's 61 mils, but that's, I guess we could separate the model out all the extra. And as I said, these are older models. At some point, they will go through a full revamp. I'll fix all the weird textures and stuff in them. But that gives us our height, right? Get rid of the extra. And remember, there's some when you're modeling, there's some license to elongate limbs and change things. I know that that's been a thing. Oh well, we want our models uniform. No, you don't. You want them to fit together easy. You want them to print well. So because they're so small, you won't even notice, right? So our height is 44. Our height of our worker bot is 30. Roughly 8 feet tall. Much more intimidating, much more. And yeah, we revamped the head on the newest model, and yeah, there's a lot of work to be done, but you have a lot of stuff open right now. Join me over on Maker World if you can, and if you want to get a hold of my models, you can get a hold of my miniature models. And remember, the newest models are free until the next set of models come out, and that's buttons. Many buttons. Yeah, so you can see here there's some new models that are free. The older models, you can see they've been moved out of this section and they've moved into the. Get them while you can. And there's your size comparison, right? And I will try not to release the VODs the same time as I'm streaming, as that is not the smartest thing in the world to do, let me tell you. I'll tell you right now, it's not the. And so that's your comparison, right? So remember, like when you're doing this, like it doesn't, you can do all kinds of different things. It's up to you. But for me, this is what works best because worker bots are kind of the flagship models for this game. So you can see the scale and scope based on them. We don't need any more of that. And there's our new rocket guy. So once that gets printed, tested and printed, it'll then get added to the Void Fang. Same with these guys. space, right? We got space for the launcher and everything. We can move everything around. You got a little bit of a overlap there, right? But you can come tail sticks off. It's up to you. And remember, when you use Polymax, you can just clip that tail, move it, or in Blender, I think there's a tool you can do to change the flexibility of things. But basically, I'm old school modeler, so what I would do is if I didn't like that position of the tail, I would cut it off, turn it, and then fill it with binary epoxy resins. Sorry, binary resins that are like a putty. Plumber's putty is commonly referred to. There's also green stuff from Games Workshop and things like that. Up to you guys, but right. And then if you don't like those little bars, you just clip them out. They're 1 mil thick. They're not. You just clip them out. But they help with the printing process. There's the new head. You can see the new teeth. The armor's been changed a little bit. We added the bags, right? But again, if we find these too big, we just scale them down. You know, if the community's like, man, the Voidfanger's sweet, but I think they're just a touch too big, we can scale them down, right? Because the easiest way is you copy them up here. So 45.5. Well, what's 10% of 45.5? 4.5, right? So then you click that and you take 4.5, so it ends up being 41. 40, and there's your scale. It's easy peasy, right? You end up a little bit smaller, a little bit tighter. It's totally up to you guys. If that's what you want, if you find the model's too big, just say so. I can release a scaled version. It doesn't matter to me. Happy to do it. Happy to make stuff. So then the other thing that I sort of want to try today is piled from Piled 3D is um, a new CAD software, and I have it installed, but I've never run it. So I'm gonna launch it here, and maybe we'll open that up. It's for making shapes and stuff and boxes and whatever. And Piled's a friend here on the channel, and we try to support our other makers as best as we can, right? Don't know how much it's gonna like supports. But I don't want to separate the weapon out because in my experience, people just want one piece. They want to plug and play and just go at it. They don't. And I do like this new spaceship, but it does need some paint. And then I don't know if I printed this one, but it does need some paint. Yeah, it's easy enough to scale everything by 10%, 5%, whatever. It's easy. You just do the math and then you scale whatever you want. If you guys want a starter pack, you just have to say so. I don't know how many heroes we've done. We did several heroes, but I'm not sure. All right, so now I'm going to, we'll get out of this screen. And then what I'm going to select, instead of a game today, we're going to take a look at the pile. This is all done mathematically. Not a lot of, not where in Tinkercad I can just mess with the angles and stuff. It's not like that. So that goes right to his website. All right. So we can kind of pick through what we want. MakerWorld has launched a crowdfunding system. Can you put a link in the Discord so I can look at it, please? So there's a bunch of Gridfinity things. Oh, that's grid. This is just boxes, right? There's a Gridfinity box, right? Now, I'm not sure I understand all this, so this is all new to me, so. Oh, it does the rows. There we go. Okay, simple, simple. Oh, and it's got an inner lip too. Look at that. Ooh. Solid. And then, well, that's cool. Look at that. Look, that's really cool. Oh, it crashed. So there's the magnet holes. So this is, what's Scoop do? Piled has integrated Gridfinity into its system. Oh, there you go. So you get a little slope in there. So if we take these out. There you go. You have a sloped bin. That's cool. Can I select, oh, can I select height? Is that in centimeters? Not sure I understand. But we should be able to take this as an STL, export it as an STL, import it to Tinkercad, and then modify it even more. Oh, no, it's jammed. Because that should shrink our units down from 5 to 3. This was sent over to me with Pile 3D. It's showing 5, not 3 there. I think the program crashed. Oh, there we go. Now we're cooking. Uh-oh. Making it work too hard. Nope. Flip so you can stack them. So that it must be 1 centimeter. Must, yeah. So height 1. The unit must be like units, so 1 centimeter units. Tagging me, appreciate it. So we'll take a look at this here in a second. I'm very interested in this program. Okay, so what about hexagon? There's your wall plate, individuals out. This is known as a flange for anyone who's curious. Ooh, living hinges, that's cool. Yep, with a QR code on it. I wonder how much of that you can change. I wonder how many of this crosses. Can you put this pattern on top of one of these maker chips? The vase is kind of neat because when you go to line mode, like there you go, like that is a shaker. You could do hubs with this. You can make these into hubs, like center hub. Eight, right? But then, can we do anything more? Can we put a rod through it? This is really interesting, to be honest with you. Flange. Not sure how I can use this just. The outer diameter is 30. That's the thickness. How do I... Okay, so that's the diameter size of the holes in centimeters. Change the distance, say 7, because that'll it's basically shrinking the array. That changes. Outer diameter 100. Thickness of 8. Cut, protrude, octagonal. So that's your center. So that you can actually make a ratchet out of that, or Oh, 12 actually, 12. This is shed. And then, is there a way to cut these? I wonder. Broken this though. There we go. So there, it takes some time to catch up. So there's probably something in the programming, but there's your 4. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Then of course you can put back in the magnet diameters, because that's like the stock Graffinity has pockets for magnets. All right, let me go get my. Apparently, I searched that a lot. Two. Oversized on mine? I guess I. Diameter on this is 38. What size is this one? 4 mil. Diameter's 4. Why is this one? Here's mashups. Ones are small. M thickness. How do I put a image on the front of it? And then why does it shatter when it does that? I know it does that in Bamboo Studios, because we've talked about this. Size, extrusion height. Trim width. What does that mean? I guess that's the edge. Cut QR code into the disk. Create QR code. No, I want want to export it as. Oh, I do want to. This really helps if I can spell today's. Oh, okay. I don't want to go. So now, so we've got that going. So he doesn't have an exit interface, just a closed file. Back to port those two things. It is cool, Jayton. It is cool if they have chosen to. Set up a crowdfunding because like that's what I do, right? That's there it is there. But I can't import that maker chip for some reason. And it's not showing it either. I'll have to try that again later. Anyway, let's go take. So there's your box end for your wrench, right? Although that should, I would probably put a chamfer on this, a chamfer on the outside. This is really good job, piled. All right, let's look at this. Okay, so this is Maker World crowdfunding. Featured projects. These are cool. So does this mean they're going to manufacture these? Because these are finished models. Nothing looks like nothing is launched yet. The only thing I see here is you have the everything is launching. Because I see featured projects, I see a pledge goal launching soon. Them basically selling files. Okay. Do I have to apply for this or what's the deal? I'm assuming they're preferred designers, starting with preferred designers. Yeah, so he's real smart. Join commercial membership. $10 US. Too cheap. Commercial license and photo use. Still too cheap. Yeah. Brilliant though. Brilliant makers. One day I hope to catch up with all of you. I guess it's for yeah, but that's how Thang started, right? That's how Thang started. Using Star Wars music. Maybe I will never actually catch up with you guys. Maybe I will just never catch up because a lot of you are very talented and you don't use stuff like this, but I'm not a meme guy. I'm not a use other people's work kind of guy. If people ask me to remix thing, I'm very happy to remix it if asked, but yeah, so it's going because there's funding already. Back this project. Yeah, so right now it is very much like a Kickstarter though. That's cool. That's cool. Good on Bamboo. This is what we need. We need it. There's nothing wrong with Kickstarter. There's nothing like. For me, my problem is I don't know how to talk. After watching that interview with Thangs and how, or not Thangs, Thingiverse, and them saying, well, yeah, it even if it's great. Hello, Miss Beans. Even though it's great, you may not. You need to sell it. You need to promote it. You need to talk about it. And I don't know how to do that. That's not. I don't really understand how to do all that. But that's really cool. Like this is really good. Although this is probably a 5-day print. I like it though. I like it. So is it the model? Is it what? I don't like too much for me to read. I don't really understand. Well, it's not a replica of anything. Custom model. It's cool that it moves around and does stuff, but I don't think I've never seen a Batmobile that looks like this. Yeah, it's active. Like this thing a lot. I don't see IP reports, account setting, Oh, there's crowdfunding. Active pledges, successful pledges, unsuccessful pledges. One project followed. But it's in the menus. I don't have access to commercial memberships yet, I don't think. If they brought it up, I might move some of my stuff over here. They don't have milling yet, though. Yeah, that relic, that was the first thing I clicked on. Relic Rush, that looks like fun. It's like a really advanced version of some of the games from the 90s. See, even Maker World thinks I'm a robot. Or doesn't think I'm a robot. Like this crazy factory looks cool, this looks cool. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Cool. I just I don't know. We talked before about how I have to step up my game and stuff. A lot of this stuff seems like it's done by engineers. And it's definitely done in Fusion or Blender. It's not done in Tinkercad, which means I'd have to move away from Tinkercad, which I'm trying not to do. But again, there's a lot of community pressure to move away from Tinkercad again. It's a lot of parts to print, though. You know this is a job, right? I feel like a lot of people just want to work in factories. Yeah, you can learn from Blender. This is a job. Like I don't mean to be negative, but you know this is a real job, right? Like I don't mean to be like this is like a job. In shaken shingle plants, like sawmills, I just don't understand how that's a hobby. Because like in a shaken shingle plant, you move blocks of wood from one conveyor to another. It's cool. I like it because it gets you away from video games, but there'd have to be a lot of expansions to this or expandability to this because it's going to what's the word? It's going to get old quickly. It's cool though. I friggin' love robots. This one is wild. Yeah, fair enough. This looks really cool. Ooh, no soldering. Oh yeah, I think this is brilliant. So does that so if it's turn based and movement based, I'll be curious to see the rules. You know what I mean? Yeah, Cyberbrick, which is something I think I need to get my hands on. Some Cyberbrick set. I still haven't redeemed, well, I've redeemed it. I still haven't gotten it yet because I haven't been able to pay for shipping, but I did get the kit, right? I got did they change this again? Well, yeah, because it can't be moving when you're moving your dude, because that doesn't make any sense. It's cool, like it's cool to show it off, but it doesn't. Yeah, so it's turn based, but not turn based. Yeah, okay, I'm cool with it. Whatever. Yeah, I still have to. I have to redeem for this. I have the points, but I gotta get one, and then I need lube and stuff for my machine as well. Did send them an email, no reply. Still gotta try their filaments. I like that their filament, the one I'm most interested in. They immediately post the purple. Post the green. They don't post the blue. They post the purple. Hot ends, nice. Only one of my favorite. I've never tried their filament, so I don't know. They're all X1 hot ends. Oh, the A ones are. I think I ended up buying two of the four, not one of the hardened. You know how it is. I don't know. It's cool. Like I said, I kind of suggested something like this to Thangs. Is like get involved with a materials company, and we'll see more and more of this, right? Even Polymaker said it's not off the table that they make a printer, but they want to specialize in filament. That's like what they wanted. They probably learned from. Have you got this kit yet? You done this kit yet? It's cool. I really like what they're doing. I made a similar suggestion to Snapmaker: is make sure you have parts available, because parts are important, muy importante. Yeah, it's true. You do very well on the platform, so I love this thing. I think that model failed again. I don't know what's up with my machine. Do I need to zero it? No, it's failed again. Maybe we'll try a different layer height. Yeah, I pulled the core out of it again. I don't know. Although the base finished this time, at least. Well, it's almost finished. That's cool. Like I said, I think this is really great. I think it's kind of hard to get your models out there. But again, like I talked to you guys, and you guys all are doing pretty well, right? Like you guys are every designer I've talked to is doing pretty good. Um, we're just gonna change our layer height. I don't know why it's choosing to be difficult. My Cyberprick pledge parcel has been stuck in original files facility. According to, I've contacted them and they've nudged. Oh, perfect. Yeah, I thought so. I thought you had been a minute. Like I say, I think this is good. I think this is good. If Polymaker says, hey, I just want to follow like I want to make material, that's good too. Because people are like, oh, are we gonna get a Polymaker printer? I was like, what they could do is they could sponsor printers, right? But atypically, I don't see them. Sunlu tried to make machines, and it didn't work for them, right? Because I have a Sunlu S8. I think they went all the way to the S10, but it didn't turn out that great. Maybe it's just a hobby to enjoy. See, I don't think that way. Nothing I do is just a hobby. Everything I do is I work like I'm like a workaholic obsessive, so there's not really much I could do about it. Some people like don't understand embroidery as a hobby. Who the heck just give you what you want to do? Do what you want to do. Yeah, exactly. Like no, I agree. I agree, Beans. Like do what makes you happy. Like, do that. Like, that's really important. Like, and if you want to do embroidery, to me, just everything ends up being a business somehow. I don't need that right now. Thank you. Prepare, but right to once. Yeah, you know me. I end up anything and anything because I want to show people, right? Like, oh, you can make this thing and do this thing and do that thing, and I'm just kind of like an obsessive workaholic. Don't mind me. And I'm like really proud of everything I do, and I have to show off because I'm just one of those people that has to. Again, I'm probably not the best. I've been putting out models for a long time, so it's well, not a long time, but longer than some. And you know, I just do my best, right? And definitely enjoy what you make because I know I do right now. Let's see if this thing jams up again. I don't know what's going on. So we went to layer. So we went from 1.2 to 1.6, which isn't that big a deal. The models will print at point 0.2. I don't know. Maybe that's just too muggy in here. Humidity is like the death of all FFF or FDM printers. Same with resin actually too, but I don't want to. All right, so I gotta take a break. We've been running a little long, so I'm gonna put you guys on break. But yeah, and I would like to know more about Cyberbrick. I am that new game, that Relic thing. That's cool. What do they call it? I know you said Relic Run. That looks cool. Although I do have questions on how it's played. But other than that, it looks really cool. It's like interactive. It's a lot of printing and a lot of different materials. But I don't think that's a bad thing. Like I don't think that's a bad thing. I think that's a good thing. You know, especially for filament manufacturers. But in general, yeah, that's cool. That's really cool. And like that the car we saw, like it's really cool what people are making. I'll be honest. Like it is really cool what people are making. And I'm glad that Maker World like is like, "Oh no, you don't need to solder." Because soldering is like a challenge for the best of us, and you know, you need tools and extraction. You need a bunch of different things to make it work. Whereas like just pushing stuff together, like compression fit, that's it's low voltage too, so it's not going to short out. So anyway, I'm gonna take my break. I'll be back, but yeah, like I hope people get funded. Their budgets are really low, and like even charging $5 a month for models or $10 a month, that's pretty low. Especially if people are gonna like one model alone, right? Like if it was mass produced, it cost you $12. So anyway, I'll be back soon. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Welcome to a very muggy Free Heathen Workshop. My name, of course, is Maker Millwright. Welcome into my laboratory. Thank you for being here. We worked on a couple of models today. We're trying to get them to run. I changed my layer height. Maybe my layer height was an issue. Maybe I'm too hot. I could be too hot for the weather, right? Because your temperature and your humidity affect your extrusion rate. We were just talking about Maker World and all the cool things that are happening over there. I like to see that. I think that's really cool. I think that I am very interested in the, what do they call them? What do they call Cyberbrick. I'm very interested in Cyberbrick. That seems interesting. The kit I think is cool, and some of the community members will be getting it this year. This is Ultimate Hardware, right? This reminds me back in the day, long, long time ago, even before my time, there was a Lego kit that let you make moving machines and Lego and stuff. I like that they include lube, all kinds of things, tires, because you can print your own tires and whatever. But gear ratios. This is really cool. Like I think this is a really cool thing. I can't wait to see people come up with stuff, and with programming and things like that. 2 remotes, 2 cars, perfect. There's already a bunch of people who are designing for it. I think that's wonderful. This moving machine will be cool. This little. We saw one of those at SourceFed, not SourceFed, Open Source. So yeah, it's. I think this is really exciting, actually. Kind of makes me want to try and design a model that moves. What do you guys think? Yeah, definitely. Well, you could do a push together assembly. I'm not really sure how you guys did all this. We've done flexi models. We've done a little bit of everything. So I assume you make the wheels first. I can make a. I'm gonna try and make a moving truck. Sure, why not? We've done flexis. We've done a little bit of everything, right? I already tell it's too big. I don't have a model here to look at, but woohoo! All right, well we'll do it anyway. Copy. I have no idea what I'm doing. Blue. I don't even know what it should look like. I know it has to be flat on a face, so. Yeah, I want to make a print-in-place vehicle. Yeah, that's what I have to do. I basically have to look at yours and see. Good. I'd like to hear. I'm sorry. I'm a little bit. I'm first wave. Um, I guess I'm first wave 3D printing. Only one person enjoys the model. It's true. It does really, really does help. This will be like way out of size though. Yeah, especially if it's yours. Yeah. That does really make a difference. Having people enjoy your stuff is important. I have no idea what's going on with my printer. That's failing again. Is it failing again? Yeah, it's failing. I don't know what's up with my machine. Try glue, I guess. Does not want to stick. I don't know. Too humid in here, I guess. It gets close to sticking and then it peels. It's weird. I have no idea what's going on. No clue, boys, girls, and gender rebels. Maybe we'll turn the heat down. I don't know. Reprint. Down maybe? A little bit. Yeah, my glue is not, turn the speed down? I don't know. Yeah, you have to use glue this time of year? Yeah, I can see that. Mostly during the summer, I don't really print that much. A lot in the lab, there's not much I can do. I'm too big, but it won't work because I'm too big. It's we remodeled a couple of models from the Void Fang, and then we went and kind of hung out for a bit, checked out what's new on um, Maker World, and now I'm doing another model apparently. But it's not going. I'm excited for your show, sir. Excited for your show. Feel like I've got to play some catch up here on does it behind. Well, I'll make this. You guys can tell me if I'm close to what I should. I need something to. I guess I come all the way down to the wheel, or mostly down to the wheel. How do I enclose the wheel in a way that? Because right now, like, yeah, you need material in the middle. Yeah. Maybe my centers are too big. Yeah. Fix them, dude. Whatever style. Yeah, see, my cores aren't big enough, right? By the looks of it. But I can't have anything floating. Wait, yeah, I'm making a Jayton style. Exactly. Well, that's That's why I keep looking to the wall, because I don't know what to do with the one you gave me. Yeah, I printed several of it. I must have given it away or something. I can't remember. I think my wheels need to be bigger. Like, it doesn't seem like it's that hard though. Yeah, if my cores are smaller and my wheels are bigger, I don't need, right? Because right now I'm touching and I don't want to be touching. Oh, touchy touchy. Yeah, make the wheel centers smaller? Okay. Yeah, because they're too big, right? The very center needs to be less. Oh, just do a straight rod through? You sure? Because I was thinking maybe make these group. What's the? I have to make a 3-4-5 triangle. I don't know what it is, but that should be fine. Okay. Because the wheels, I thought the wheels would have to be bigger, but that's yeah. You should. And then I just put a 45 on those. Okay. Like I said, I generally avoid making other people's stuff. What I think people do is they make one side and then they mirror it. I think they do. They make one side and then mirror it and then, yeah. Might have to start all over, I'm not sure. I tried. It is what it is. I used a 1 mil gap. What kind of gap do you use? Like, I'm pretty sure I can figure it out. Well, 1 mil is 0.05. But I don't know. I guess I need well, that 45. There's a 45 on the body, isn't there? There's a 45 triangular in there. I know. Trying to learn it in an afternoon is probably not the brilliant thing ever, but yeah, because it won't. This has to be even more, I think. Yeah, because it's gonna have trouble with that front thing. I almost should do it like that one, right? It's almost like you make the base and then you add to it. But even now, you can just like. Oh, I'm thinking about doing. I talked to the food bank and asked them if it was cool. I'm thinking about doing another like big care package for the food bank. So if any of you guys, that's a half a mil in there. No, the food bank gets an exception to that rule. Food bank gets help no matter what. They were saying like what happens is like the kids come and like might be their birthday or something, and they're hoping for something, right? Yeah, the thing that's hanging me up is probably this front section. This probably needs to come. You just like, did you make a rolling frame first? Is that what you did, Jayden? Or what was that? There was a bunch of different ways to say your name. Zach was talking about it. I thought was pretty funny. He always tells me I say it wrong. Well, everybody but you. Yeah, I'm gonna try and do like a big truck. But that's not gonna work, right? One, it's too big. I don't know what scale I don't know what sizes he uses, but that's not gonna work, right? No, we're still too tall. Oh, actually, we got some clearance there. Are my hubs still too big? Like, is the center of the shaft too big? But I want that. I need to support that wheel, don't I? And then I just do depressions in the wheel, right? No bigger than 1 mil, right? Because again, it looks like when it's printing, it prints like this. So 1 mil gap is between, it's actually 0.5, right? Because it's a diameter. But there's a 0.5 gap, 0.5 mil gap between everything. So between the wheel, like the full wheel assembly, right? And the hole is 1 mil larger. But how do I can't float here, right? Like I can't float all the way out here. Like do my sides, like does this whole center? Yeah, that's a problem. Yeah. So do my sides come all the way down to the wheel? Yeah, so that's center assembly. Goes like that. And then these. And that can get pulled in like that. Like how much clearance can I have? Like, can I do that? Like, cause I want clearance between the wheel and the ground. About a half hour, 45. Because I can make everything on the body, I can taper up at a 45, right? How much material do I need for the center of the wheels? Because like this, I could just copy this. I could be like that, and this can be that. Cut those edges off, right? Is it pretty thin? Yeah. Like, because I can do something like that, right? But I don't know, because that arch, right? I need to support that arch somehow. How much of that can I take off without losing that middle? Like, am I taking too much material there? Because right now it's pretty lame. probably not something I can design in 2 hours, right? Because I can even shave like the sides of the truck at a 45, which is not a big deal. Like I can do that. And I can do like it's almost like worth making just one side and then mirroring it. Because I can do this as well, like where I shave one tab and then just make one side and then mirror it. Or just like I think this door is too big. I meant to do it the other way around, but and I can do vertical lines, right? Like shave everything. Yeah. Do that, but yeah, so you're saying like 3.06 because that's your 1/3 or uh, third or 2/3 of a mil. And I don't have a way to lock those. I might have to just do it the hard way. The problem is I'm worried about that arc. Like I guess I just make a rolling frame first and then do it. I don't. Anyway, I'm gonna take a few minutes for myself. I hope you guys are all liking the YouTube stuff. Something different, something a little exciting. Remember to like, subscribe, and follow. We do this every Wednesday. Well, we're trying it out for a new Wednesday thing. And I hope it catches on. Bearded printer here? I don't know. YouTube doesn't give me the same controls that Twitch does, so I actually don't know who's in lobby right now. Yeah. Oh yeah. DM him, I guess. Oh, there's some stuff I can do there. That's cool. As I said, I'm really new to all this, so. Very new to all of this. I don't know about that whole mirror function. That's a hard one. That's a hard one to do in Tinkercad. It'd be nice to be able to show people how to do this. I'm gonna take a few minutes for myself. Try to figure this out. I think the only thing I can do is like make a rolling chassis, right? Like make a rolling chassis and then use that. Yes, I am on my way to break. All right, everybody. I will be back in 3 to 5 minutes. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Welcome to the Free Heathen Workshop. I'll be honest with you, all this design work's got me tuckered out, boys, girls, and gender rebels. So I think if there's no more things on Discord or on or questions here in lobby, I think I will log for the day. We did work on a couple models here. Let me show you what we worked on today. So we're thinking about trying to make a print-in-place truck. Working on that, right? And what else are we doing? We are too much void space in that. Get the letters have to be void space. It has to be, that door has to be opposite. But we worked on that today. This is like print truck. On that today. What else did we work on? We looked at the new crowdfunding that's going to come up here on Maker World, which is really exciting if you ask me. As well as there's a subscription system. You have to hit 100 downloads of your model, I believe, to get there. We saw some really cool stuff on here. Some of it using the new CyberBrick stuff, some of it doing otherwise. I think the goal is to use CyberBrick. Relic Rush particularly is interesting, if you ask me. This is, I would love to know more about this. There it is there. You guys have seen my profiles. You've definitely done that. This is the CyberBrick kit that we were talking about. What else? Yeah, just a bunch of different projects. Just cool things that can be made coming, right? I'm going to give him a follow. Very exciting. What else? I did promote my own stuff. I'll put the links in for when the show finishes. You can take a look and see what you like. And then today we designed, so this will refresh. So today we did the heavy rocket launcher and the reloading. And we're just testing out the reloading, but we're having a sticking issue today. The new model. We did some stuff with the ears, and we rebuilt the model a little bit. Got the loading of the rockets. Pretty cool, if you ask me. And then we modified this model a little bit here and there, just little tweaks and whatever. Things that you probably wouldn't see, but it doesn't matter. We added some stuff, filled the model out a little bit more. It looks good. Change some of the positions of stuff. It's really cool. I don't know if this one's finished just yet, but definitely did some changes on that. So we worked on 3 major models today, chit-chatted with you guys. We even had some interactions with the Discord. Remember, if you want to get involved, join the Discord. And yeah, so I just want to say thank you to everybody for tuning in. But of course, before I go, I have 3 things to ask of you. 1, keep your chin up. You can't see the world if you're staring at your feet. 2, protect that neck. I don't need you losing your head. And 3, just build. Remember, you do matter and you are loved. You're part of the world bigger than you know. So please enjoy this outro by Solar 3DP, and I'll see you guys. I don't know if the poll is up on the Discord, but if the poll is up on the Discord, join the Discord and vote. We've got a couple days before Friday. We need 11 votes yes to get us on for Friday afternoon. And yeah, take care of yourselves until then. If not, I'll see you Saturday at 12 noon Pacific Standard Time on Twitch. And yeah, you guys are wonderful human beings. Thank you for tuning in. Remember to like, subscribe, and share the video wherever you can. It does help us grow. And yeah, please enjoy this outro by Solar 3DP.
I really hope you enjoyed it. We had a ball making it. Thank you very much.